that. A faded sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the
Love shack, yeah, yeah. I'm heading down the Atlanta highway, looking for the love getaway, headed for the love getaway.
I got me a car. Big as a whale, and we're headed
Yeah. I should do it. Yeah, okay? Or an hour later. Yeah.
Junie, guess who's here? Who? Came all the way from Minnesota, George Green. And he remembers you.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah, when I went to Scott's, not his last class reunion, but I don't know what. Whatever, it was at Jesse Oaks. And Scott said, do you want to go to the class reunion with me? And I said, Scott, I love class reunion. And he's like, I'm going because George Green's going to be there. And what do they, what they think is about? Oh, because Scott would sing to Kristen all the time.
Did Dean come in?
No, Dean, I gave Dean an hour too. Like I called and told all you guys, Dean was gonna, they have so much going on, so much going on this weekend. And so I said to Jackie and Dean, I said, you know what, you guys, you don't need to come. The parking's a nightmare, you got a lot going on, they couldn't find a hotel, and Dean said, Gigi, what we're gonna do is we're gonna drive. Jackie's gonna jump out and give you a hug, and then she's gonna get back in the truck. He got in the truck. And then I'm gonna jump out. I said, you don't need to trip. He goes, but I don't want your feet either. You're right here. So when you shake your head like that, I don't know. But it's not a nice face. So anyway, what I'm gonna say is that I told Dean, because I don't want to hurt your feelings. She said, come on, my skin is not that thin. I said, if you want to come, I'm just telling you, like I told you, like you told me that you said, Gigi told me I didn't have to come. Were your feelings hurt? And I said,
Oh, I cried my eyes out.
get out of here, did you? You didn't knock yourself for shit.
I've never been told that before.
Oh, wait, we're singing. Go.
Oh, God. We bring everything up.
You can hear.
Of course.
Love it.
I'm Esteban.
I'm Melinda.
Hi, Melinda. Nice to meet you. I like your pants.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you,
very
Chef.
comfortable. I wasn't that quick to wear and I've never like that. Now, I'm cool. Yeah. Thank you, man. Happy birthday, dear Scotty.
Happy birthday to you.
Nobody's doing vocal workouts. It's Esteban. I know that vocal workout. It's Esteban.
I figured out what the chord was.
What chord? Okay, one missing chord.
I would play it.
The mystery chord. Boy, I sure hope I don't screw up your songs. I sure hope I don't.
Oh no, and I hope I don't screw it.
Boy, I sure hope I don't screw up. Let's see.
I'm going to Washington, D.C. to lobby the Citizens Private Lobbies to try to get some funds.
My wife Karen was a coordinator of the Chicago Northside branch of CCL.
I'm with Vehill
I saw billboards when they were driving through Montana. Over CCL. Now, I pointed my finger, we got here, pulled over. Karen Ford. I'm Keith Ford. You came all the way from Montana? So did I. So just a couple of days ago. Head over there. Yeah. Hopefully nobody. Sometimes I understand. Take me on the leg.
I'm just gonna say spots. Make that sitting behind you, right there, right there. All right. This is
His favorite thing.
I'm trying to get pictures for you.
Oh, thank you.
I've been sending you some.
Oh, good.
This frosty?
It's good cake. It's Costco Would you rather be on water? All right, maybe Chucky. Chucky is backup. We're gonna go get Chucky.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Levan. I worked with Scott at Prop Theater from 1989 until 2005. I know a lot of you are in the room. I'm very glad to be back. I was in California for a while, and now I'm in Maine, which doesn't get much different than Chicago, I'll tell you that right now. You can, nobody honks their horn in Maine. They don't need to. Why? We're moving. Hey, you can buy a house for less than $2 million. Right? So anyway, Scott was the big brother that I never wanted. He was the idea guy. He was the creative genius. He knew nothing about organizing anything. When I got involved with him, I decided that was something I was good at anyway. But I decided that I'm the kind of person that just goes in and starts doing stuff, and so that's what I did, and it just kind of became a thing that then lasted 15 years. If we can get the picture up, whenever someone can put the picture up. So I have a million stories about Scott. Most of them end with me going to the police station to bail him out, but not all of them. Oh, can we make that bigger, please? If possible. So this evening is going to be extremely fluid. There's going to be a lot of pausing and figuring shit out. And for those of you who don't know the order of things, we're going to do memories and remembrances of Scott. And if you would like to do that, I have a list of people already, but if you want to, I will let people know when that time is available. Try to keep it short, 5 minutes, and no nudity, please. You don't have the license for that. All right, well, I don't know if you guys can see that picture. We're trying to make it bigger.
Is it a picture of people?
Not necessarily. It is a picture of, who knows on looking very awkward without a woman's wig on his head. This was the Chicago Underground Film Festival, and we decided that we were going to be his security team, and that's Scott and me and our friend Whit and our friend Marco. And I was in charge of getting the moo-moos and the wigs, because again, I was the detail guy. So before we got dressed up, Scott came over to me and he was obviously very upset. And he said to me, "I don't want to wear a moo-moo. Only fat women wear moo-moos." And I said, "Scott, we are fat women." And he believed that was fine. He went with it, and there we are. There we are. Oh, and again, I want to remind you, if you don't have a funny hat or a nose, please get one. You know how people, has anybody ever been called an ass hat? I never understood why you would be called an ass hat, but this is my ass hat. It says ass, and if you can't read, it also has an ass. So it's my ass hat.
Nice.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, so just a couple more quick stories, and then we'll move on to other individuals. 2 parties. First party was an apartment that I had on Wayne Avenue, which was a party almost as nuts as this. Scott had just gotten back from Amsterdam, and he was wearing completely out of control. People had gone to bed, people were trying to have sex, and he was banging on the doors. I mean, I had to come and reprimand him several times. This is actually the night that one of my best friends met her husband. And we like to think that Scott had a lot to do with that, because he, of course, was the spirit of Bacchus. Absolutely the spirit of Bacchus. So I got up in the morning, a little hungover, looking around. I'm like, where's Scott? I can't believe he made it home. Now I'm starting to get worried. He's not on the couch. So I got on the back porch, stretching. I look outside, and he is flat out on his back in the backyard in the bright sun. Out. In the Armani suit. So that's party 1. Party 2. I got married a long time ago, something I regret. But the after party was at the same couple who met that night at their house. And Scott was there supplying goodies, as always. Because he always had goodies, and he would always pass them out. I have a cousin who's British, and she lives in the Midlands, so she has a very, very thick accent. And at one point I found her, and she was just in a heap. And I was like, "What happened to you, Cara?" And she said, "Vehill." And that's it. That was it. All right, wait, now I have one more story, and I'm not going to remember it. Give me a second. Oh, okay. So Scott is responsible for many, many people being able to do what we did. He would come up with the ideas, and we would implement them. And so many people were able to cherish their art and do their thing. And, wait, I gotta find the list now, I'm sorry. I told you it's gonna be fluid. All right. One second. All right, so there are a lot of people that have done a lot of things with prop theater. Not all of them are here anymore. And I just want to point those people out. Michael Moore was our technical director for a long time. Gordon Gillespie. He was in Book, The Life and Times of Charles Bukowski, and Acme White Trash Lysistrata. Brian Jude Leahy was in Erotica Little Bird. Michael Childers, Mass Murder. Sam Munoz, St. Joan of the Stockyard. Mike Motto, Acme White Trash List Estrada and The Pot Show. Turk Muller. Never Come Morning and The Informer. Russ Tutterow, Director of Rosemary. Doug Peterson, Associate Producer of His Honor. Lindsay Falls, Debris of the Prophet. Ryan Hogan Wright, Playing God. Karen Goodman, Associate Director. Director, Falling Upward, Mass Murder, and Erotica Little Bird. And last but certainly not least, our founder, Scott David Vehill. All right, so we're going to continue on with remembrances, and we're going to start with Kristen, who hopefully will not cry as much as I did, but you never know.
Oh, thank you. Can I get my collage picture up? Who's doing that? Oh, thank you, sir. Can you guys hear me well enough?
Hold on, you're near the mic.
Hey! Hey, hey. All right. I'm waiting for my pick. I got a nice collage. There we go. I hope you guys saw the picture of him in the clown nose. His sister Trisha painted it. It's one of my favorites. But that picture in the top left, that was taken 30 years ago this summer. He was a mud beggar at the Oz Park Fest. That was the first year after Oz Park kicked them out. The neighbors decided that the festival was too damaging for the park. And so that year, the festival was held on a patch of grass between Lincoln Park Zoo and Lakeshore Drive. You guys know where that is? You picture that big green space? No trees, no shade. It was 95 degrees. And my friends from Switzerland, where it does not ever get to be 95 degrees, had come to visit. And they had a 4-year-old and an infant. And by the time we left, those of you who have kids or have had kids can probably relate. The 4-year-old, we loaded them in the car, air-conditioned car, driving back to her parents' house in the north side. She fell asleep, maybe more like passed out. We got to the house. They got her out of the car, undressed, into a tub, out of the tub, into her pajamas, never stirred, wet noodle from the day at the Ozfest. And then right as her dad was tucking her in, she opened her eyes and she said in French, which I don't speak, Aunt Kristen can't marry Scott. and he said, why not? And she said, because he's a clown. So, raise your hand if you know me through Scott. Okay, I did marry him 30 years ago this coming September, and you are all now my clowns. Okay, all right.
We are lucky enough to be here this evening with Aaron Freeman. Come on here, Aaron. He's going to be doing the physicist's eulogy.
You want a physicist to speak at your funeral. You want the physicist to talk to your grieving family about the conservation of energy so that they will understand that your energy has not died. You want the physicist to remind your sobbing mother about the first law of thermodynamics, that no energy gets created in the universe and none is ever destroyed. You want your mother to know that all your energy, every vibration, every BTU of heat, every wave of every particle that was her beloved child remains with her in this world. You want the physicist to tell your weeping father that amid the energies of the cosmos, you gave as good as you got. And at one point, you would hope that the physicist would step down from the pulpit and walk to your broken-hearted spouse there in the pew and tell him that all the photons that ever bounced off your face, all the particles whose paths were interrupted by your smile, by the touch of your hair, hundreds of trillions of particles have raced off like children, their ways forever changed by you. And as your widow rocks in the arms of a beloved family, may the physicist let her know that all the photons that bounced from you were gathered in the particle collectors that are your eyes. That the photons created within you, an error. And the photons she created within her, a constellation of electromagnetically charged neurons whose energy will go on forever. You can hope that your family will examine the evidence and satisfy themselves that the science is sound, and that they will be comforted to know that your energy is still around. According to the law of the conservation of energy, not a bit of you is gone. You're just less orderly.
Well, I'll just introduce myself. Yeah, introduce yourself, Gigi. Yeah. I'm just gonna, here we go. There's my All right. Lights in my eyes. You guys can hear my voice, right? I have a voice to carry. I'm Scott's sister, and I'm. Okay. Don't worry, Jonathan. I got it. I do need them. Oh, it's for recording. Okay. I am one of Scott's 6 siblings. 1, 2, 3, 4 of us are here. I'm the next oldest. I'm 13 months younger than him, and then his next oldest sibling, which is his brother, is here. One has passed on. Louis is gone, but and Anthony is still in Colorado. So anyway, Scott was many things, and as I've read the Tribune, and I've read the Reader, and everything that people have put on Facebook, Scott was many things to. I'm gonna cry. That's okay. I haven't cried yet, so why not? He was many things to many people, but he was my brother. I grew up with him. I fought with him. I got a chipped tooth here because I thought I could take him in high school. I swore I could take him. But, yeah, I got it. But anyway, so grew up, my brother, as you know, photographical memory, genius, skipped a grade in school. Graduated at 16, went to college at 17. He was raised by 2 women, my grandmother and my mother. One of them, free spirit, hated authority, did whatever she wanted. I'm not going to name who they are. You guys can figure it out. And the other one was more of a little rule follower and tried to instill something into my brother. Didn't try to instill it to me, but that's okay. So, what I'm going to say might make you laugh, cry, say what the fuck, but I'm just going to share stories of my brother. My brother was, it was hard growing up in his shadow, but we made it work. My brother went off to college. My mother and grandmother said, "You're going to be a lawyer." Now, I don't know what Scott ever said to them, but he went to Monmouth and, he's in the theater. So much for being a lawyer. But he could debate. He definitely could debate. And Scott, God, I have so many memories and I want to keep it short or I'll have to get naked, I think. But anyway, so Scott was very protective of me, very protective. As a matter of fact, when I started doing drugs
in, I don't know, 8th grade. No, yes, I think I smoked pot with Scott the first time when I was in 8th grade. But when I started doing drugs and I decided I was going to try LSD, this was, I don't know, 70, he made sure, he goes, all right, I'm going to get it for you. And I remember it was like 1/8 of a hit of Orange Barrels. It was very, very good. But him and Scott Larson, he said, I have to be with you when you do this. So him and Scott Larson, I think we went to the zoo or something in Milwaukee. But it was like an 8-hour trip. It was wonderful. And then another time he came home, again, very protective to me. And I was in the house, and I think I was in 8th grade, freshman year. And there was some girl talking crap about me on the corner. And he came in and he said, this girl's talking crap about you. You need to go beat her up. Now, I will not tell you what happened after, to finish that story. Let your imagination just go with it. But the other thing is that my brother, his free spirit, he was definitely a starving artist, you guys know that, but traveled. I'm so grateful because he had 3 lives. He had, before Kristen, and then Parkinson's. And I'm not going to talk about Parkinson's because we all saw what that did. But I'm going to share the wonderful thing about that. My brother he never was into the American dream, didn't want to get married, didn't want to have kids. He had apartments with, like, I don't know, tons of roommates. There were always, the doors were, he made it work. He didn't have a car, he didn't have a driver's license, but he lived life large. He traveled Asia, traveled the world, no fear. I'm sad to say Parkinson's did take that. But, and he hitchhiked, stayed in youth hostels, and, slept in ditches. He didn't care. And he got to see the world. So, fast forward, because I don't want to get naked, he meets this woman, Kristen, right? Now, the Tootsie Roll story. Before Kristen, when we were in our early 20s, we didn't have a lot of money. Now, this is going to go to the surprises. Our family doesn't do surprises. At least Scott and I never did. So,
Surprises. This was a big problem for me.
and if you want to ad lib, it's fine. So anyway, this Tootsie Roll on my head is because every year for Christmas, I would say, what do you want for Christmas? And he, those big things of Tootsie Rolls? Okay, so the big things of Tootsie Roll and a black turtleneck t-shirt. So every year, I got him this, and that's what he wanted, so I got him. He knew what he was getting, who cared? So he started dating Karen Goodman, right? So she comes for one of the first Christmases, and our first family Christmas, and he opens the turtleneck, like, I wrapped it. He knew he was getting it. He opens the turtleneck sweater. I don't know how long she'd been with him, but she said, oh, you're the one that gets him the black turtleneck shirt. She always wondered where those came from. So anyway, fast forward to Kristen. Scott calls me one day and says, I've met somebody, and she wants to meet somebody in my family. Now, I don't know why she chose me, and we lived in Lake County then, and he said, and she wants to come and visit you, but I can't come. And I said, this is weird, Scott. You want me to meet this woman, and she wants to meet somebody from your family, but you can't come? I don't know where he was going. I'm flying somewhere, I don't know, New York, Telluride, film festival, who knows where Scott was. And so I said, okay, I'm game. So I meet Kristen, it's October, we go to this apple orchard. I fall in love with Kristen. She is the most generous, kind, giving, compassionate, amazing woman. And I thought, uh-oh. Now, my brother was a little selfish, a little self-centered. He, was raised, my grandmother spoiled him rotten. Whatever little Scotty wanted, little Scotty got. And I looked at her and I thought, okay, how can I maybe disillusion her about Scott? So I said, because I liked her so much, I love my brother, but he called me the tough love sister. So I said, does my brother treat you well? Now, she's very intelligent. And she knows that I'm asking that for some reason, so she goes home and tells Scotty. Scotty calls me and says, so Kristen said that you asked her this. And I said, Scott, told him all the wonderful things about you, and I said, and you're a little selfish and a little spoiled, and I don't want you to take advantage of her. we've talked about this. She would have married him anyway. Anyway, so then they get married, and so the Tootsie Roll thing is that I don't want to take too long, and I'm trying to remember what else I wanted to say. What was that? Oh, my husband's ad-libbing. Speak up if you want to be a stand-up comedian. So anyway, so my brother called me the tough love sister. So because I'm a realist, I tell the truth, and I love my brother, and I would probably tell him things he didn't want to hear. He didn't listen, but it's my job. I'm his sister. So I go to visit him. He decides, to go into hospice. And so he's still directing as he's in a play. And he tells Kristen, I want my sisters to come, but they can't come together. And I want Gigi to come first. And I'm like, well, what the hell? Are we coming in the birth order? I'm the oldest. So I come, and there is, Scott and I shared a love of Tootsie Rolls. And so, Kristen, if you've been to her house, if you want to have a sugar high, oh my gosh, you will OD. You can just walk blindly and put your hand in bowls. And so I walk in, and there is Tootsie Rolls. And so I'm digging, and I'm eating, and then I'm told, oh, there's a whole nother bag in the pantry. So I'm eating them. And then my last day there, Scott says, can I have a Tootsie Roll? Because, in the meantime, he wanted a bologna sandwich. Scott, ice cream bologna sandwich. And he goes, can I have a Tootsie Roll? And I said, oh, Scott, I ate the last Tootsie Roll. Sorry, no more Tootsie Rolls. So I think that's all I got. I can't remember if there's anything I want to share. But Scotty doesn't need to worry about Tootsie Rolls anymore.
Giuliano, he's next. I remember we used to go into the apartment at Levittown to have meetings. This is where Scott and Karen lived. And one time I walked in, he buzzed me in, and I walked up and I walked in, and he was in the kitchen sweeping. But he was only wearing a shirt. That's it. No pants. Naked from the waist down in a big Oxford shirt. So, he'd sweep, so every once in a while the shirt went up. And it's like, okay, I've been in gym class, I guess this is okay. And then every time we would go to the apartment, he was making cheese quesadillas and sweeping wearing only a shirt. It was a thing that kept happening.
His family is familiar with that song.
Unfortunate. All right, Giuliano, are you out there? Come up here. Giuliano is Scott's sister's son.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yeah. All right. So I've got nothing prepared. I need some jungle juice. It's gonna help me, okay?
Who are you?
I'm Scott's nephew, Giuliano. So
Neil Gentoli's son.
I'm Neil Gentoli's son. Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't make it here today, but he loves y'all. So yeah, I've got a few things to say about Scotty. I loved Scotty so much. He taught me everything I needed to know about the ocean and the Lord. That's how I got in charge of the Taco Navy in the first place. But I've got a story about how we all got started. So we were headed back from Wisconsin one day. Me and Scotty, we ditched the rest of the family because we wanted to see some architecture. And Wisconsin has that in spades. So we were going to Frank Lloyd Wright's house in Taliesin, and it was like a Wednesday at 3 p.m. And so we swung down there, and we were coming up there, and the gate was open, and So we drove right in there, and it was great. Scott was telling me all about the architecture and the history, and I was learning a lot. It was incredible. And until that corn got us, the thick corn on the side, we were both looking over our shoulders at the house, and there was a drainage ditch full of corn, and the wheel of the car went in there, and we flipped over instantly. We flipped in the ditch with the Honda Element, and Scott had no seatbelt, and so I was crushed against the roof and the window, but I scrambled out of there because I knew we had about a pound of hash in the back, 10 joints in the front, and the real problem was the bottle of Elvis wine that flew across and smashed in front of my face, and I knew I had to save the Elvis wine because if it smashed, the county Mounties would think we're covered in wine for a reason. So I grabbed the joints because that was the real problem. I knew they wouldn't care about the hash because they wouldn't find it. So I threw all the joints in the drainage ditch, and I got out to talk to the people. And the people came running down the hill, and they said, "Oh my God, please don't sue Taliesin." And so Scotty heard that, and he hopped out of the car too. He got out finally, and he said, "Sue Taliesin, heavens forbid." And then, man, he talked those Frank Lightroyd people there. He talked their head off, and by the time the cops got there, the Frank Lloyd Wright people covered for us. They sent the cops away, private property, and. And so we abandoned the vehicle. We got the hash. We called my mother to pick me up. Thank you. My mother picked us up. And we escaped Wisconsin, thank God. And one last thing I got to say about Scotty is it's true. The big thing, the big takeaway for me is Scotty brought so many people together. And he created so much love in the world. It's absolutely insane. Stand up, Aria. Where's Aria? Aria. My lovely Aria. I wouldn't know her except for Scotty. And so that's what I'm going to end on is Scotty was pure love, and I'm going to miss him forever.
Thank you, Mr. G. And next we have our good friend Don Schroeder. Don Schroeder was in many prop plays, starting with Falling Upward, where he fell off a bar onto his face every night of the week. And he did it with style.
Whoops. Hey, everybody. I'll try to remember all of this. For the past 47 years, I was a friend of Scott Vehill. And I'm going to take a little trip down memory lane to the early days with Scott. I met Scott in 1978 in Columbia College's 11th Street Theater department. And the first thing that struck me about Scott, I can describe it as he had this welcoming intensity. And he was so full of ideas, and you just wanted to be a part of them. And I think that as time has gone on, that kind of morphed into kind of what we all kind of know about him today, and we would describe him as being bigger than life. And so I'm here to talk about the two productions in my early acting career where I shared the stage with Scott, and they were like kind of the doors that opened my theater life. So in 1978, we were in a play on Columbia's main stage called, the play was called Clifford Odette's Golden Boy. And it was about Joe Bonaparte, a young, talented musician who was also very handy with his hands in the boxing ring. Hello?
The other one.
This one? Is this the one? Anyway. So you'll have to ask the other people about what I said earlier. So Golden Boy is about this Joe Bonaparte, this young man, good violin player, and he was also a good boxer. So the play goes where the family wants him to take up music and be a musician. But Joe kind of fell into the wrong crowd. And so there were people that wanted him to be a boxer and get into the boxing underworld of the 1930s. So as part of the cast, I played his aging father, Mr. Bonaparte. So as you actors know, that's, that typecasting started very early for me. There is another, Stefan, where are you? Raise your hand. Okay, Stefan was always in the cast. He played Mr. Karp, the family friend of the Bonaparte family from the old country, who was always full of advice. How times have not changed one iota, Stefan. And Scott played the underworld, cantankerous, seedy fight promoter, Roxy Gottlieb. And we had a fucking blast in that show. And one night, Scott and I were in the wings having this heated discussion, whispering in the wings while the play was going on. And I'll never forget it. All of a sudden we're talking, and I hear his cue line. And I'm like, Scott, you're on. And I had to push him on stage, and he goes stumbling on stage. Anyway, so during the production of Golden Boy and the rehearsals, we would have classes during the day at Columbia College, and they would quit in the mid-afternoon, and then rehearsals weren't until the evening. And because we were all stuck at 11th Street Theater, we just kind of hung out and went to get dinner or do whatever. And so sometimes times were tough and there wasn't any money. And so Scott and I would go to the local convenience store, and we would pool our money, and I would buy a loaf of white bread and keep the clerk at the counter busy. Scott would then go to the refrigerated section and take a package of Oscar Mayer bologna and shove it down his pants. And then we would sit in my car and eat single slice bologna sandwiches, no condiments or water, one after the other. And then we would have a contest to see who could shove the entire sandwich in their mouth and get it down without anything falling out of your mouth. And I remember one time he was like 2/3 of his way done choking down the sandwich. And he looked at me and he said, Don, I really don't think this is like stealing. I think we're being resourceful. And that really is a through line for Scott, right? Not the stealing part, the resourceful part. So the next production that I shared the stage with Scott was actually the first production prop theater ever produced. Bertolt Brecht's Puntala and Matti is Hired Man, directed by Stefan Brun. Scott and I had the honor of being the two actors on stage in Act 1, Scene 1 in prop theater history. That is not, however, what I remember most about that performance. So, what I remember most happened right after we got places, and just moments before the stage went black and we had to take the stage. So let me preface this a little bit. Back then, I certainly weighed more than Scott, and I was tipping the scales at over 300 pounds, and I didn't have a very healthy diet. And so my stomach would get a little nervous before opening night performances. So we're in the wings, and I'm standing here, and Scott is directly behind me. And all of a sudden, I cut the most putrid top 10 farts I have ever cut in my life, and just sprayed Scott with stink. He was in the eye of the storm. But that's not what I remember. What I remember most is Scott is standing behind me, and I can feel his warm breath on my neck, and all I can hear is After that, every performance after that, Scott got in the front and I had to stand 2 or 3 feet behind him. And I want to close with this. I always think about how to measure the character of the person. And I think you measure a person by the character of their friends. And when I look around this room of A-listers, that's all I have to say. I love you, Scott.
All right, well, someone has to follow Don's.
Which, this one, the tall one, yeah?
I can bring it down if you want.
Hi, that's,
I can try anyway. There you go.
Thanks. Most of you guys don't know me, but I speak a lot, but I don't normally speak from a computer. But I'm going to today because I was a little concerned about the fact that I might go long and have to end up naked. So I wanted to try this. I will tell you, the last time I spoke using my computer, about 30 seconds in, it died. So bear with me. While I'm doing this, I just want to acknowledge the special moment that we are in right now. I've been around this planet a few times, and I've been to a few of these sort of things, and I have never, ever, ever in my life received an invitation to a celebration of life that basically came with a black box warning about the amount of smoke that would be in the air. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that we are here in Scotty's aura in so many ways. So it'll come as no surprise to anyone here that Scott Vehill was led, is still probably leading a larger than average life. He was a man who lived large hats, large shirts, large noses, large opinions, larger laughs, and the largest of hugs. He was often the first in a room to express delight or displeasure and was unfazed by those who did not feel the same. He enjoyed this large life with a large group of large friends and a large celebration, a large sense of humor, and a large curiosity for the what's ifs in life. So when the what if there was a way to take locally made theater to a nationwide audience, Scott was right there for the exploration of what was possible. He found a collaborator in a man named David Goldman, a guy who came to see a play. He came to see that play, which was, I think this is right, by his college roommate's son at Scott and Stefan's Prop Theater. That discussion expanded, as often happened with Scott, to include a few more artistic directors, each making their own versions of new plays in their own communities. Scott soon became a most vocal champion of the idea that not only was sharing these works possible, it was vital to the artists and audiences of America that this happen. None of this is new to you guys. Scott's words, Scott can only be described as what I, as a Southern gal, would like to call his hoots and hollers, his whoops and whistles, his powerful arguments for the power of collaboration and collegiality, his drive and desire to get things done. And in our case, that meant plays produced, artists uplifted, conversations continued, and his love for those who did those things, well, that was also very large. when he spoke with David Goldman back in the late 90s and decided that there should be more conversations about what was possible regarding new works, new plays, he planted and then nourished a seed that became the National New Play Network. I had the honor of working with Scotty first as another arts administrator and as a board member, and then as we continued to make this organization thrive, and I came to the executive director position, a position that, by the way, didn't exist before I ended up without a job and a bunch of people said, oh, Nan could do this. So there you go. Scott and David provided support for new plays and new play theater makers and the theaters that make those new works, not just in Chicago, not just in Illinois or the Midwest or the US or beyond. Scott's impact is large, larger than can be measured. And here's why. NMPN's member theaters, now more than 125 of them from San Diego to Maine and Juneau to Miami, in tiny towns or in theater centers of the nation, serve over 1 million people each year. Plays. Hold your applause, it's going to get larger. Plays that NNPN has supported are seen in hundreds of productions each year around the world. More than 14,000 playwrights from more than 65 countries use NNPN's New Play Exchange, the world's largest database of plays by living writers, which is home to more than 62,000 theatrical works and has more than 30,000 subscribers. Over 2 million students can access New Play Exchange through their college and university library systems, and the artists who have benefited from the network create work for the stage, television, and film seen by tens of millions annually. Even by Scotty's reach, those numbers who have been touched by his powerful voice is large. And so along with the present and past board, staff, and member theaters of the National New Play Network, and the artists and audiences around the world who have been touched by the fruits of Scotty's curiosity and convivial, collaborative spirit. And I add my personal thanks, love, and grateful admiration to Scotty, larger in life, in passion and personality, and his continuing legacy, a larger than anyone could ever measure, impact on theater and the lives who love it. To Scott Vehill, thank you.
Along that same line, I want to mention just another story. We were perceived, Prop Theater was perceived largely as a bunch of guys sitting around in a burned out garage smoking pot. And I'm not saying that's not true, but we were doing some pretty rock solid theater. Now most people kind of poo-pooed it. However, Scott thought we should do a production of Nelson Algren's second novel, Never Come Morning. And it was adapted by Paul Pedito, who's a good friend of ours and a playwright. And the chips just kept falling in line. It wasn't easy. And we took 9 Jeff citations that year. It's the most that we ever won at that time. And if Scott hadn't had that idea, it wouldn't have happened. And it was a smash. And it ran and ran and ran and ran. And it was just amazing. Sorry.
Still a record. $25 a week.
That's right. Yeah, it was a passion play, like all of them. All right, who's next? Kęstutis Nakis. So anyway, after that, people had to take us a little more seriously. Just a little.
Is this the one? This is the one.
There it is.
Hi, everybody, and I'm going to be brief. I just, okay, so Scott, you know, there used to be something called a counterculture, and I mean, Jonathan's kind of pointing toward what the sort of, not just revolutionary, but anarchic and just wild and imaginative spirit of theater artists that, you know, Scott, to me, is maybe the last of a breed that I know of. I mean, there's lots of fine artists around, but that wild visionary energy and that welcoming, come on in. You want to do something, you know, tell me about it. And I was lucky enough to find something like that where I lived in New York called the Pyramid Cocktail Lounge, and did crazy productions. And Titus Andronicus. I wrote another play called Spear of Destiny. And one thing about these shows, you know, and people were very enthusiastic about it. There was a guy there who was really supportive of, you know, anybody just different with a vision that needed to put something out there. And his name was Bobby, but like, you know, I'd do my shows and I'd hear this laugh, you know? And it was Scott, who was visiting New York and discovered the Pyramid. And so he invited me to come to Chicago in about 1987. I did a solo show. So that's how we became friends. And, you know, I know some of you, there's a lot of the prop community I don't know, but I'll tell you with Scott, he was always, for me, the most welcoming. Anytime you want to do something, please do it. And it was never, and so it's just what people are saying. He, you know, if he liked you, you know, he honored your work and he made sure it got out there. Well, but this is about something else, which again, Jonathan brought up at the beginning, which is marriage. In 2000, I got a call. I lived in New Mexico. Scotty called me, said, what do you have? Do you have a show? I want you to come and do a show. What shows do you have? So I'm like, I got a show about, you know, President Kennedy's just been shot and he escapes, but he's still alive, and he takes refuge in our house in Mesa, Arizona. And, you know, and he finally gets on my nerves and I have to kill him. I'm a 10-year-old boy. And so Scotty's like, well, that sounds perfect, you know, bring it to Chicago, and I did. And you know, he had some kind of grant to do this. It was part of the Summer New Plays Festival. I got paid a lot, but the main thing about it is, you know, I have this name, you heard it, I can't pronounce it, but it's something like Kęstutis Nakis. So Scott got all this press in the Reader and stuff, and it was like, is it Jack Helbig, is that the guy's name? Wrote a big piece, and they had this name, Kęstutis Nakis, a performer from blah, blah, blah. And so that's a Lithuanian name, and there's a big Lithuanian community in Chicago on the southwest side mostly. My wife knows everybody in it, my present wife. She didn't know that name, and she's a theater artist too, so she had to come and see this show. And so she did, we met, this was in 2000, now we've been married, it's gonna be 24 years, we've been known each other for 25, and Scotty always said, you know, he'd often see me say, I was your matchmaker. So, and it sounds like he played that role for a lot of people. So I'm another one, and thank you, Scott. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
He was one big Cupid.
All right, is there anybody else out there that wants to say something about Scott? Come on up. Anybody, go ahead. Whoever gets up here first speaks.
Hi, my name is Harrison. I met Scott through Neil. Neil Gentoli and I went to high school. And I'm sorry he's not here, but in any case, Scott and I go back a long way. Oh, hey. And anyway, so I've got this, we loved drugs, and I still do. Scott was extremely generous and magnanimous, and he introduced me to a really big hash importer. And due to that, I was able to be an artist instead of having a shit job, because of Scott's introducing me to a really big hash dealer, and consequently, I kind of took advantage of that. So by 1984, we were really close, and I graduated Columbia, and we had this friend who moved to New York, and Scotty said, let's go to New York and visit Burns. So I had this great little car. It was a diesel Volkswagen, and it got forever miles, right? It could have got there on 20 gallons to New York, maybe. And so we were in Indiana and we're driving, and the engine kind of blows up in that diesel way, where you kind of have to run away from the car before the engine blows up. But luckily it did stop, but the car was toast, and I had a AAA, and I got towed back to Chicago, and undaunted, we took my 65 Ford that would have taken 4 times the amount of fuel, and we're like, fuck it, we're gonna take this car instead. So at 4 in the morning, we just got back on the road and went to New York. And we had this really good time, and we're driving there in this convertible Ford, and someone pulls up next to us in some other 60s car, and it was Jerzy Kaczynski in another 60s car. So we just had this great time in New York, and I love every memory I have of Scott is just really fun and great, and I'm sorry that he's gone, and I loved him very much, and that's it. Thanks.
All right, just keep coming out. I'll be back in a minute. We'll wait for you.
And Paul, I got to get this raised a little bit, if I can. Oof. There. We are experiencing technical difficulty. Please stand by. That's what they used to say on TV in the 60s anyway. My name is Casey Fox. You might know me from my short comedy films I made with the Practical Theater Company in the early 80s. For shows like Frozen Glory and the Brothers Bubba. Unfortunately, the luminaries of the Practical Theater just had to leave, Paul Barras and Victoria Zielinski. But a shout out to them. And speaking of which, folks, there's a lot of talent in this room right now. And it says something about the people that Scott attracted, really. Anyway, but you also might know me as a singer with Riffmaster and Rock Me Foundation. And you might even know me as a weekly rock and roll DJ and programmer for listener-sponsored community radio WORT in Madison, Wisconsin. My 35th anniversary was last month. So, and we're about to lose $100,000 in federal funding. I met Scott Vehill at the Bristol Renaissance Fair in the very early 80s through my old pal, Rush Pearson. Rush, you here? The legendary comic actor for the Practical Theater and the Meow Show back in Northwestern as well. All right. Scott Vehill could read my mind. Maybe this happened to you too. He was so intuitive that he periodically knew what I was going to say before I said it. And so when I ultimately said it, usually at the end of a sentence, he would rattle along with me simultaneously speaking exactly the words I was saying. And I've never known anyone who had that kind of intuition. And maybe some of you experienced that with Scott, that he could anticipate what you were going to say, and he would love to join in and say it with you. So that's just a little preface. We both loved smoking dope. And that was the basis of our friendship in the 80s and early 90s. But also, we could sit and talk about movies and film and actors and music and just go on for hours. I mean, there was nowhere to stop once we got going, really. And back then I thought nobody loved pot more than me. I was wrong. He loved it more. He also loved to drink more than I did. He loved to laugh more than I did. He loved theater more than I did. He loved life more than I did. He might have loved everything more than I did. And I'm not the only one, I'm sure. Talk about taking life by the horns. He was alive, damn it. And he was not going to sit on the sidelines. He was going to get on out there into the game and get it on and make it happen in spite of the body blows and the brick walls thrown up in his path. He personified that powerhouse, Teddy Roosevelt, actually, who wrote in The Man in the Arena, this is Teddy Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat, unquote. That's pretty much him. You've heard the phrase lust for life. For Scott, that was a gross understatement. Scott Vehill had a huge, raging, wooden, purple hard-on for life. He lived until these most recent years as if he'd been shot out of a cannon at birth. Scott deserves a biography. Wouldn't you love to read it? I can't imagine how it would be done. It would take years of research into all of the stages he used for the props production. He and Stefan, of course. Into all of the acting he did, all of the producing he did, all the directing he did, all the advising he did, all the collaborating he did. This biography would travel through the Chicago art world's greatest talents. It would travel through the consciousnesses of a myriad of actors and writers and directors and lovers of collective artistic effort who refused to play it safe. Scott didn't get enough of the credit he deserved. So thank goodness for this assemblage here tonight. He and the prop put on so many plays. And like I said, I was closest to Scott in the 80s, so the plays I remember are plays like His Honor, Neil Gintoni as Mayor Daley. That was a really long run for the prop. I still share a line from Bukowski's only live performance on record with a friend of mine who saw Buk with me, the great production of props. And this is from Bukowski's performance. It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Mr. Bukowski? Oh, yeah. That's a bit from Bukowski Live. It took a lot of guts to produce a play about mass murderers, too. Charles Pike is here. He won a Jeff for that performance in Mass Murderers. And he and the rest of the Props Brain Trust didn't care about the criticism that it bordered on bad taste. How many times did the prop go out on a limb? when did they ever not? There's a comment about crossing a line in stand-up comedy that goes like this, quote, how do I know where the line is if I don't cross it once in a while? That was Scotty, only not with stand-up, but with the theater. He had the courage to go over the line. He would go where angels feared to tread. He had the guts and tenacity to do what others wouldn't dare try, and for that he's always earned my unwavering respect. I choose to remember Scott Vehill undiminished as the powerhouse he was, a whirling dervish of a Tasmanian devil, full of smarts and energy and fun and wit and good trouble, as John Lewis called it. He didn't care if he pissed people off. He was on a mission to lay it out there for people to witness and to let the chips fall where they may. He used his inventiveness, mayhem, courage, grit, and tireless determination to challenge audiences, pushing them where they didn't think they wanted to go, but where they did ultimately go. There was nothing like sharing a big laugh with Scotty, mouth wide open, eyes big and eyes wide, staring back at you in mutual agreement and confirmation. I want to remember Scotty at his fiery best, full of energy and daring do, and encouraging us to join him, living life to the fullest and damning the torpedoes. We were so lucky to know him and spend time with him. Scott Vehill was indelible. He embodied freedom of expression. Thank you.
I would always say that Scott didn't just think outside the box, he didn't even know what a fucking box was. Roll. 2, 3.
Middle mic. So, before I even ever knew Scott, I had to compare myself to Scott. Because they were talking about how he was supposed to be a lawyer. Okay, my dad's a sign painter, right? So he had painted this sign, Scott D. Vehill, attorney at law. And I'd met Scott, he was like 5 years older than me, like a couple of times, and maybe Gigi one time, and it was just like, how is he ever gonna be a lawyer? Not that I knew that much about anything. So, you know, like my whole life until I die, I'm not going to, I'm not going to measure up to Scott. He had a bigger laugh. He was a bigger man. He, and you know, like, okay, so his biggest reason for his success was because he sold a lot of weed. And actors and playwrights and theater people like weed. And so, and also like me and Gigi and my other brothers, one of whom is dead. The other two of my brothers are dead now. And the last of my brothers, I wish he was dead. But I won't go into that. But it's so the only way in which I've ever exceeded Scott Vehill is I've done state time, baby. No, but it's okay. Like I'm gonna end with this, you know, because I've lost two of my brothers, but it's like when you lose somebody, like your mom, like your dad, and like your brothers, and you think of them, and you think of them, and you think of them like they're still alive, because I could be talking to them inside of myself, and then I realize they're gone. They're just gone. And you realize that, okay, it's a hole inside of me. And Scott was bigger than my mom or my dad or my brother, not in terms of their soul, but just in their laugh and their size and their appetites. And it's just like, and so it's just like, okay, it's just like, wow, that this person who I used to love was gone. I finally came to Chicago. The first time he was going to take me to Chicago so I could because I'd already been making films for a long time, and he was going to say, come to Chicago and I can help you. I can introduce you to some people and they'll help you get some films done. And that happened, and it was true, but I'm a chronic alcoholic, and there's an there was an AA clubhouse across the street from my dad's house, and I was staying sober for a little while because I had to leave Honolulu because I started drinking again and I had to leave Honolulu. It's a long story. And so Scott was visiting my dad, and he was going to take me with me to Chicago, and I went and got drunk again. He goes, no, you can't come to Chicago. And I was kind of semi-heartbroken, but I kind of on the other hand didn't care, because that was the least of my worries. And so he let me come to Chicago about 9 months after that, and I got to know him a lot better. I got to know him a lot better, and he taught me a lot about making art, making drama happen, and for that, it's now especially I will never be able to repay him. Not that anybody could ever repay somebody, even if they were alive, for doing something like that. But I miss him deeply, and I always will. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Yeah, back in the day before I got us our tax exempt status and we got an NEA grant, yada, 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 the only way we supported the prop theater was by Scott selling marijuana. Absolutely true. There was a budget line item right there on the paper. All right, come on, next. You in the red there.
Hi. I'm sorry. Raul? Yeah. I wanted to sing this song for you. Sorry, we didn't plan this. We didn't plan it. We didn't plan it, sort of. We planned it, but I gave you all.
I left my cell phone in the cab last night when we came from the airport, and I just got it back.
So I knew Scott from the Factory Theater. We were in residence at the Prop Theater, and I represent a younger generation of folks here because I'm, and I'm working on a play right now at City Lit. We're old, but I'm 87, bitches. I just moisturize, okay? So let's get real. Don't look at the fanny pack. And, sorry, don't look at the fanny pack. And so Scott would have to drag me out of the bathrooms from, doing what you do in the bathrooms with boys after shows. And so he's like, do that shit upstairs. And he was always very sweet. It made me feel very beautiful when I talked to him. And then Kristen, I met through 16th Street Theater, and I got to work on one of those rolling world premiere plays, Into the Beautiful North. that we produced with Ann Filmer directed. First time I ever did an all-Latino show was with Ann Filmer at 16th Street Theater. But Raul, you made me want to sing this song now because of what you said. And thank you all so much for sharing about Scott, because I didn't know him so well, but he is a legend. And I feel like sharing this with the young people that I'm directing right now, it's important for us to know what our legacy is in this city. And I've met theater royalty here. I've gotten to work with several of you here, and I love you, and I'm so happy to be a small part of this. And thank you so much for your beautiful stories that you're sharing about him. And it's a gift, and just know that his legacy will not be forgotten. And that's what I wanted to tell you, Raul. In Arlene Malinowski, who is part of 16th Street Theater, she wrote a play and had this idea in her play about the 3 deaths in life. And the first death is when the body ceases and the heart stops, the brain ceases, and the breath goes. The second death is when the people who love that person receive that, and you feel like that part of you has died in you. But the third death is the last time that person's name is ever spoken on the earth. So to keep the ball in the air, say Scotty with me. Scotty. And every time we say his name, we keep him in the air. We invite his presence with us. It's an invocation. And with that, I offer you this song. Es mi corazón una nave en el turbulento mar, desafiando la fuerte tempestad de eso que llaman amor. Tu lobo de mar, ¿hacia dónde esta nave has de llevar? Sin preocuparte apenas qué rumbo tomaremos. Dime, capitán, tú que conoces las aguas de este mar, si después de pasar la tempestad dejarás sobre la calma un inmenso vacío entre mis brazos, o tal vez un corazón hecho pedazos. Don't look at the fanny pack. Don't look at the fanny pack. Don't look at the fanny pack. Don't look at the fanny pack.
Right, who's next? Charles Pike? Charles Pike. Charles Pike. Charles Pike. Charles Pike. Say Scotty. 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 Scotty.
Great. It's a rave. Well, no eulogies from this guy today. Scotty Vehill. Scotty and Auntie Kristen came out to take my kids up to the Durango Rec Center to go swimming. Scotty loved to swim. If there was a spot of water any bigger than a drop of spit, his clothes were off and he was laying in it all over the place. And so we're headed up to the rec center, and oh man, they've got the circulation pool, they've got the hot tubs, the dives, and Scott finds this one little center area. It's in a circle, and he says to the girls, "Get in, we're gonna do the stew pot." And he starts running around in a circle going, "Stew pot, stew pot, everybody stew pot, stew pot, stew pot, everybody stew pot." And he's going around in a circle and he's getting this tidal wave going and kids are washing along. One father says to his little daughter, he says, "You better get in there, he's got the stew pot going." And he pushes around, he's stew pot, stew pot, stew pot. And a little busload of special needs children got into the pool. They saw Scotty. They saw the stew pot. And they're all in there. And we're all in the stew pot together. Stew pot! Stew pot! Everybody, stew pot! And then Scott, when he was done with the stew pot, he got up out of the water and he started heading over to the hot tub. And all these special needs children got up after him. And they followed him. And they followed him when he got in the water and sat down. They all got in the water and they sat down around him. And they were looking at him. He's like, hi, ho, 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 being his jolly self. And they were looking at him as if Jesus Christ had come down off the cross and was rubbing puppies on their heads. And Scotty gets up, and they all get up. And he goes over to the diving board. They can't go over there. And they watch him. And he gets up there, and he's like, everybody! And they're all going, yes! Yes! And he jumps off the high dive, and he goes into the water, splash, and they're all like, yeah! They're losing their mind. They're losing their mind. He gets up, and he goes to the giant water slide, which curves around and around. And he gets up to the top of the ladder, and he raises his hand, and the kids in the hot tub, they're all like going, yes! Yes! And he sits down on the slide, and he's going, away! And he slides, and he goes down, and he goes out of sight, and they're and he reappears, and they're like, yay! And he goes down around another turn, and he disappears, and they're all waiting, and he comes around again, hey! And they're like, yay! And he goes around another curve. Now, I don't know if there's an anatomical term for this. Big guys, you know the part I'm talking about. There's a magic cup that forms upon us portly fellows just above the ass cheeks around the small of the back, and it creates a suction cup. It can, unsuspecting people have been stuck to their bathtubs praying for help, and no one will go in there because it's Dad. No one wants to go in the bathroom after Dad. So Scott comes around the corner, he's like, hey! And they're all like, yay! And he goes around, he disappears. And they're losing their shit. They're like, like this thing is eating him. And they're coming and going like, oh, no! And all of a sudden we hear, oh! And he comes around the corner, herky-jerky, going, oh! And they're watching. And he disappears again. And the parents are coming over to try to comfort these children. They're just, oh! And finally he pops out, oh! And he splashes in the water. And he got back over, and they were touching him. They're looking at him. And one kid said, hi, Michael, you and me! You and me! And what I want to leave you with is the fact that he was the biggest badass hero that group of kids have ever seen in their life. And that's my Scott Vehill.
Oh, they're fighting their way up. Who's next? Who's next?
Hi, my name's George Green, and I grew up with Scott and Gigi, and I think I met Scott in 1971, and in high school, and his name was Crazy Man. Crazy Man. And everybody loved Scott. Some people weren't really sure what to think. And you are all theater people, I'm not. My brother is, who's here, Jeff Green. Also a winner of HF, quite fittingly. But the first production I ever saw that Scott did was a production of Firesign Theater's Don't Crush That Dwarf, Hand Me the Pliers. As far as I know, it's the first and only one of those. But to return to the current, or the previous themes, of crime in Wisconsin. We started in Milwaukee, and we, as most of these tales would entail, various lab chemicals of one sort or another. And so we were going to some concert, I don't know what, and we're killing time, so we go to the Botanical Gardens in Milwaukee, affectionately known as the Tri-Tits, if you've ever seen them. And so we get in there, and Scott, we're walking around, it's not very busy, and Scott climbs this tree. And he's sitting up in the tree, styling like the Cheshire Cat. And I'm going, Scott, you can't climb trees that have their names at the bottom of them. In the meantime, people are just scooting left and right, getting out of there. We gotta go, man, we gotta go. Which is a theme that came up many other times. We were looking for dinner at a grocery store. And I already know this has happened to at least one other person here. And he goes, just go out and get the car. I go, oh, we haven't picked anything to eat yet. Just go get the car, wait for me out front. So I get the car and I wait out front. And he comes out, followed by a couple of store security guys, jumps in the car, take off, get it, go, dude. So we take off, and just like, I don't know who said it before, out of his pants come 2 giant lobster tails. It was like, this is great. A little farther south from Milwaukee, in Kenosha, we were in a dive bar because at that time, and probably today, it's the only kind of bar there is in Kenosha. And so we go in there and we're having some, crappy beers, and this band's playing, and they hadn't become famous yet, but it was Cheap Trick, and they were doing stuff, and Scotty and I shared kind of a very juvenile hate of certain kinds of music, disco being one of them, and other things, which this was popular at the time. And again, Scott goes, well, okay, we gotta go. Okay, so we get up, we're walking out the door, Scott grabs a fire extinguisher and proceeds to unload it on Cheap Trick. Just that kind of thing. And now the story shifts to Florida, of course, because we took his orange Volkswagen Bug, and both of us had hair down to our ass, and we take this Bug through the South, having to stop every once in a while and talk to people. We weren't very welcome, but we circumnavigated Florida, got up to Disney World, and we had virtually no money. We had enough money to get a junior ticket, and we had your mom's Torch Club Amico card. That was our source of non-cash money. And so you use that too. And so we get to Disney World, we have enough money for junior tickets, and there's a woman with her 5-year-old son in front of us. And so we go, would you mind telling them that we're your sons? And you know what Scott looks like, and you can see what I look like. And her 5-year-old kid, so she goes, sure. So we got in on the junior tickets, we had no money. And again, because the crime scene moves from state to state. And so he's basically grabbing things and pocketing them in the various Disney stores. I'm looking for receipts on the ground. We find enough to get lunch and some drink of one sort or another. And the karma was rather instant. We left Disney World. The car had been rifled. They got everything but the tape player in the dash and the White Album, which we listened to all the way back to Chicago. And of course, on the way, we're going through the Everglades. We got a ticket, and they flagged us off the road, you guys, and so that helped. And then we go into we're driving back, and we have one dime left, a single dime. We get to a toll booth, and Scott's sleeping, and I'm driving, and I stop. I go, this is all I have. Here's the dime. You go, nope, get off the highway. So we get off the highway, and I wake Scott up, and he gets up, gets behind the wheel. We go drive back to the toll booth. He doesn't even go to the tolls. He just drives up on the sidewalk, boom, boom, down, and off we go. And we were lucky that it was cloudy, because we could see through the clouds when they would break a little bit. We could see the plane looking for us. and so we finally made it back. And those are only a few. As all of you who know Scott well know that you've got 1,000 stories just like that and more. And I just have to say, he changed the way I thought about the world in a very real way. Not that I moved to a life of crime, and not that I went to live in Wisconsin, but just all of the ways that you think about the world and the things you're afraid to do, and the things that, the things you care about the most. And sometimes you don't even know what those are. And Scott was the person for me in my life that just sent me on this other path. It was like I was a billiard ball, and I hit the edge of the table, and just went off. And I live with those changes today, as I'm certain that all of you do too. And Kristen, just the fact that Scott found someone to marry, and for him to have lucked out so much, we all love Scott, but having someone to love Scott over this time, freaking great. Thank you.
I'm Michael Dawes. I'm going to make this real quick. When Scott, I was introduced to him by Jim Sikora, and I saw the play based on the Charleston Bay Civil War story, and was very, very impressed. And they were moving into the new location on Elston. And I had just done a first phase restoration of Orson Welles' Chimes at Midnight, and so we got James Bond to bring us 35mm projector there, and we screened it in the middle of the winter. I think it was the very first event, and it was very, very cold, but the place got packed all 3 to 4 nights, I believe, and I think we raised about $4,000. So it was a great kickoff. And as you know, Wells plays Sir John Falstaff. It's based on Henry IV and Henry V. In the Holinshed Chronicles, all mashed together like mashed potatoes. But the reality is that Sir John Falstaff is not a historical figure. But now I'm thinking about it, and I'm realizing that no, that's not true. There was a real life Sir Jack Falstaff, and it was Scott Vehill.
All right, we're going to finish up here with another one of Scott's lovely sisters.
So is this it right here? Okay. So I don't have anything prepared, and I'm a lot more introverted than my brother and my older sister. But I had to come up and give a shout out to the subversive who gave birth to this man we call Scott Vehill, my mother, and the original subversive who really, I listen to you speak and share the memories of Scott, and I can't help but think of the way she taught us to be subversive. And I'm saying this as the one who tried to be the rule follower in the family. I was a cheerleader, and I tried, but being a rule follower in my family is not really saying much. So I'm not that person. But my sister and I, Jamie, come up here, Jamie. So we were, let's see, when I was born, Scott was 11 and Gigi was 10. So when Jamie was born in 1971, that would have been, what's the math on that? They would have been
he's 15 years older than me.
Yeah. So they were really like kind of our sort of parents. And I heard a lot of stories about Scott putting food down his pants. And I just want you to know that when we had a barbecue at our house, my mom would designate 2 of the younger boys to go to the store and steal steaks. That was like,
okay,
right?
So yeah, that's where that came from.
That's where that came from.
That's why we're the rule followers.
Yes. So I've never ridden in the back of a cop car. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
one time, only once.
And one time, that
only
didn't count.
one time.
But then, so here's the thing is though, Jamie and I really love to play a game with Scott called the irritation game. Do you want to tell the story?
No.
Okay. So when he went off to college, do we have the picture of him smoking the joint out on the steps on there? Okay, well, too bad. So he went off to college. He was the first one to go to college. He comes home, and as many people know, Scott would get into his reclining position with a book in one hand, usually science fiction, and a joint in the other. And he was laying on the basement floor, and Jamie and I really wanted to get him riled up, like poke the bear, get him irritated, but it was dangerous, right? Like, that's the thing about Scott. Like, everyone was welcome, but there was risk involved. Like, you really didn't know what was going to happen once you got him going. But we were willing to take the risk because, like others have shared, he brought that much life to the party. And So Jamie and I, that time he came home from college, we kept surrounding him and poking him as he was reading. We wouldn't let him be. And he kept warning us, like, to leave me alone. He was just wanting to smoke his joint. And finally it had enough, and he chased us through the house. He grabbed Jamie, got a hold of her, and literally wrapped her from head to toe like a mummy in tape and put her in the closet. And then there's where I come in. So Gigi was called the tough love one. He called me the avenging angel at the end. Because what would happen to me is I was very sensitive, and the game would go too far, and then I would start screaming and freaking out. But here's the thing, like, yeah, there's so many memories like that, like picking up on the other themes. So my subversive mother, one of the things that she did for us, and I really, again, I tried to be the rule follower, but there were beautiful things, like she made us comfortable with our bodies. And I remember, well, on the negative side of that, Scott, when I was 4 or 5, watching Mr. Rogers, again, he had come home from college, I think, he came and showed me his butt and asked me to see if he had crabs, like, in his butt. And my response was, Mom! Mom!
I've never heard that story.
But then when I was 11 or 12 and I was growing breasts and walking around like this, because I really, really was horrified by the idea of having breasts for any number of reasons. And Scott came and he saw that and he was like, hey, like, stand up, you're beautiful, your body's beautiful, you know, be proud of your breasts, you're beautiful. And, you know, he made me comfortable, and I did. And then, you know, fast forward 10 years later, I met up with him in Amsterdam at Bob's Youth Hostel, where they had co-ed showers.
At what age?
I was 21 at that point. And we're in the showers at Bob's Youth Hostel, and there's like a pack of people from all over the globe. And so Scott did, like Gigi said, he was protective, because there I am, like, proudly being naked in the shower with these men from all over the country, or all over the world, and Scotty's like this, with me in the corner, like, hey, that's, you know, everyone knows Scott's, like, position, right? So I felt safe. What else do I want to say? That same mother of mine, when the Mexican family moved in next door in our all-white neighborhood, the neighbors, like, isolated them. And my mother, that same woman who stole steaks and did all kinds of things you shouldn't do, she told us to go over and make friends with the kids when none of the other people did.
And we did.
And then Jamie ended up, I shouldn't tell her personal story,
That's okay.
but she ended up losing her virginity. And then one more thing I have to say about art, right? Art. I have to say one more thing about art. This is where the art comes in. I think that because of the way we lived and where we came from, the thing my brother gave me was, and Kristen and I talk about this a lot, and she taught me something new about butterflies, and they have these cells that are called imaginal cells. And in where we come from, it required that we have imaginal cells to imagine a different path forward. And my brother taught me, what, against my will, kicking and screaming, to imagine something different. And he was not gonna have it any other way, including the fact that he slashed my Bee Gees poster off the wall when I was 11. Right? I got to listen to David Byrne and the Talking Heads instead. He also...
Or watching Eraserhead.
Oh yeah, he took us to, okay, here's a few things, you know, take it for what it's worth. I smoked pot for the first time on my 9th birthday at Fantasia with my brother. He took me to see Fantasia. What was the other one?
He took us to
oh yeah, he
see
took us to see her.
Jamie
Jamie
Night
was
of the Living
6,
Dead.
and
I was
she
6
saw
years
the Eraserhead and the Night of the Living Dead.
That's why today I can't watch horror movies.
Right. He told us to climb the Klaus Odenberg bat. Do you know the big bat in downtown? So he had Jamie and I climb it. We were about 7 and 10. And we were really 100 feet up, and here comes the cops. And Scotty's like, officer, I told them not to do this. So we would have outings in the city where he would use us to break rules. And then when the police would come, you know, he had an excuse. So another thing we did was we snuck under the radar and climbed and swam in Buckingham Fountain in Grant Park when we were little. And we would be afraid, like, should we really be doing that? Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, my brother gave me an imagination, or sparked my imagination to have a different place to live inside of when it became too hard on the outside. And there's so much more to say about him, but when he passed, I heard him for the first time in a long time say, he used to have me fly, my sister and brother both would have me fly when I was a baby and jump into the air and trust them and fly, and I would do it. And so, and he called me Wuddy, and when he passed, I had imagined him, you know, and transforming into a dolphin and swimming with the dolphin and then flying up into the cosmos, and I could hear him singing, "Wee, Wuddy, wee, look at me now, look at me now," and that's what I'm holding with me, whether it's true or not. Scotty opened up, you know, the cosmos, right, to a lot of us, it sounds like, and he gave me a love of art and so much more. Anyway, I'm blithering now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get naked.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, before we move on to performance, I just want to say one more thing. You know that everything and all of us, we're all made of stardust, right? It's all just one thing. So all the crap going on in the world right now is ridiculous.
Yes.
I used to say that when Scotty passes, he'll be cremated, and we'll reduce him down to a nice resin, and we'll roll him up, and we will get higher than we've ever been before. And when you say cheers when you drink, you just say, with Scotty, you say, hi, hi, hi. All right, you'd like to say something?
All right, this seems like an appropriate place for this. It's gonna be a little more on the tender side. I only knew Scott for the last 2 years of his life. So I'm loving the story so much because I'm getting this whole fuller, amazing portrait of somebody I really wish I had known a lot earlier. That said, the last 2 years, he put in his, you know, he got in a couple licks there. He would make some jokes there. The last joke that he made to me was actually a couple days before he died. There was a little meeting happening outside the room, outside the bedroom, and they asked me to go in and sit with him for a little bit while they figured it out. And I went in and just started talking. Hey Scott, what's going on? I'm, you know, blah, 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 here you are, here I am. What can we do? If you'd like, I can read something for you. And he made no response to that. And I said, or I could read one of my own pieces because I love the sound of my own voice. And he went, huh? So anyway, I wrote this piece afterward. It's written for a broader audience, FYI, but it's, yeah, you'll hear. Okay. How to die. I wish this for everyone. When it was close, some of us weren't in the room with him. The previous week had been a rotating door of friends and family. The more the merrier, his wife insisted. That was how she wanted it, of course. If she could orchestrate society, she'd have everyone cuddled together like a big puppy pile. In this case, it was how our ailing friend wished his last days too. He was a people person to the core. He loved art, performance mostly, theater, spoken word, music. He co-created a small theater that had a distinguished run until the realities of the pandemic closed it down. He was a founding member of an organization that brings new talent to wider audiences, bless him. He would summarize the reason this way. I'm a dopamine vampire. He would bob in others' excitement or joy like he was in a warm ocean. He was more like a dopamine filter feeder, IMO. His wife is the same. She defines it as being in the swirl. Apropos, because things swirl when she's around. She's the kind of person who creates their own vortex of goodwill by unfurling her own at every opportunity. She loves art too, performance especially. They were a joyous couple. So, to pick up where we left off, his sister, in from California for however long it took, was walking around the block when the final signs were showing. His bride called and texted repeatedly in the 5 minutes before he passed. We were worried she wouldn't make it. The rest of the regulars were there, or the semi-regulars. The hospice nurse, chosen for her guitar and voice as much as her considerable end-of-life skills, wasn't there yet. Most of us were circling the bed. His skin was mottled and his breathing was shallow. He had been feverish on and off for days. We had been told by the hospice nurse and the in-house carer that he was going to die every day for a week maybe, or maybe it was 3 days. One of the truths of this kind of work is that time means nothing at the foot of a deathbed. When we were in the house holding his hand or her hand or listening to stories of his spicy past or dancing to Missy Elliott, and there's no time, or rather time becomes a binary choice of here or not here. He was here for so long. Waiting for not here keeps you so pinned to the present that time loses its gossamer attachments to our consciousness. It was just time to laugh, time to hold, time to dance. His sister ran into the house. I'm here, she cried, and the person closest to the open door held out a hand for her to take. I had an idea when I was walking. I was one of the core group, even though I was there the least. I was tasked with taking care of our friend, the spouse, the one who needs swirl. She was staying up for 24 hours, sleeping for 3 or 4 hours, then starting over. We would bring her drinks or cake, basically whatever she wanted. I would sit with her to hold her hand and listen. My task, the one that was singularly important and singularly difficult to achieve, was making sure she slept.
Yes.
You look exhausted, I would say, or something like that. I'm getting in my pajamas right now, she'd respond, not moving. I'd give her some side eye in a kind way, not something you'd expect to be possible when you're throwing side eye. And eventually she changed into her PJs. Okay, come over here and lie down, I said. She looked at her husband, frail and as comfortable as we could make him. You'll be in the room. You'll hear him if something changes. Now I'd look at her with more, I hope, compassion. Yes, okay, I know. I'm going to sleep, she would say, sitting up in the exact same spot she'd been sitting in for the past however many hours, watching her husband while he breathed, gurgling in the hospital loner bed. She'd launch into another story or ask a question about medication schedule adherence. She was a hawk about his care this way. She was the one who organized all of his medication, among many, many other things, over the course of the 15 years Parkinson's spent destroying his neurons. Bob Parkinson's. She had no intention of stopping now. I'd listen to her talk for a few more minutes. The requirement of pushing through people's contraindicated coping skills feels bad, so. But she needed sleep more than she needed me to be a soft shoulder to cry on. Go to sleep. You need sleep, I said. Then I'd say it again. Finally, I said, why aren't you lying down? She chuckled a little when I first said that, I think. Another thing about dying or watching someone die is that it's funny. The watching isn't funny, of course, and neither is the fact of the inevitable. There are jokes, however. The term gallows humor means something else in a room where folks are holding someone else in the light. I had always thought it was a joke at someone else's expense. You know, the person hung was the sad victim, and we, the onlookers, would engage in some light diminishing of that person. We joke to assuage ourselves of our gawker's guilt, uncomfortable in the harsh light of relatability. Here, though, we were joking for each other. All of us needed lightness to counteract how heavy our footsteps felt when we moved with intention. Our friend's comfort and easy crossing were our North Star. It's draining. That's an understatement, of course. So I said stop talking a few times. I shushed her when that didn't work. I sat next to her on the bed and watched her, I hope with some tenderness, until she laid down, until she was quiet. It reminded me of putting a preschooler to bed. I may or may not have made a joke about that, but she eventually relented to the need for rest. Her breathing settled long and slow. We debated whether or not someone had to be in the room with them to watch him to calm her if she woke. We decided to leave her alone. A couple of us, half of the assembled death doulas, went to take naps of our own on one of the many flat surfaces available. The night before, or at some point, because time doesn't exist when you're at someone's deathbed, I told the sister who was on a walk that she needed to sleep too. Right now. You've been up for how many hours? You need to be quiet and sleep, I said, or something like that. I can see how tired you are. It's in your face. She had the sunken eyes and pallor of a veteran insomniac, but there's only so much you can be upright in any given chunk of time, even if that time is incalculable. When she'd gone for her walk around the block, it was just after we had all cleaned the entire house. We all knew, some more consciously than others, but it was there. I cleaned the kitchen and I made it shine. It was something I could control. Then the call from the bedroom, then the texts to the sister, the urgent calls. Then we were all around the bed. Our dear friend was on, the one he'd been on for weeks or months or hours. We didn't know. We didn't care. He was very close to not here. We should sing to him, said his sister. My friend, his wife, the one who refused to sleep, sat and cried silently. She held his hand. I held hers. We surrounded him and his partner and with all the love in our small, powerful human souls. Everyone thought singing was a good idea. It was a continuation of the care he'd been given the whole time. I was thinking, Can't Help Falling in Love with You, you know the Elvis song? We nodded. Someone put it on the stereo. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. We sang this to him, kind of mumbling the bridge, but most of it we could voice. Take my hand, whole life, I stay, like a river. We got through it once, or maybe twice, or not even once, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. He heard how much we loved him, felt how much we loved him, and his chest rose and fell for the last time. It was profound, and hard, and incredibly beautiful. I felt, and still feel, and will always feel, incredibly grateful that I was there for that moment and for the moments before. One of the feelings I tucked into my chest for safekeeping was that when another helper friend of mine, Charlie, and I were making the bed we'd shared, it was a pullout, and somehow not a back killer. Amazing. It's big, and I crawled to the top of it to get my pillows and pull the blanket off, and this friend, someone I didn't know well yet, surprised me by hitting me with his pillow. I retaliated, and we went back and forth a few times. As I was picking up one that had landed a reach away, he threw the blanket on me. No one thinks of the blanket, he said, after I dug myself out of it.
I laughed, and instantly this new friend was dear to me. That feeling above all others was the thing I've taken away like a small, uncut, brilliant diamond. This is how we become family. We play in the midst of sorrow. We allow ourselves grace by throwing pillows or telling raunchy jokes or painting our nails the same color as our loved one when they died. We hold all of it at once. It's what we're here for. It's what we all deserve.
Sure.
Hey, as long as this is Scott's birthday, why don't we sing happy birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Here, Ellie, you want Ellie to lead us and play? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Scotty. Happy birthday to you.
Hi guys, I'm Scotty's hospice nurse. My name is Ellie. Hi. So my first degree actually was from Columbia College, Chicago, which I learned was where Scotty went and all you guys went. And I learned so much. His background, all of this talent in this room, all this love in this room, I was able to help guide into the experience that I couldn't describe better than our incredible last speaker. So let's give it up again. You're amazing. You're amazing. So what I did for Scotty, I walked into the room and Charlie said it best. He told me that when I came into the picture, I looked at Scotty and I created a protective space around him and I said, no more pain for this person. And I protected him in the way it sounds like you guys were protected by him. And I made sure that he wasn't scared, I made sure he wasn't in pain, and I made sure that everybody around him knew what was happening and could be there with him so he wasn't alone. And we made it playful. I got him a cape, he pretended he was flying. I hope, my wish, my sincerest wish is that I close the book correctly. That's what I wanted to do. So something I did for Scott, which he liked, was me singing. Kristen would be like, "What'd you think of that, Scotty?" And say, "It's quite good." So I will sing, which would you like me to do? Nights In. I was thinking one of the original ones. Yeah, one of my songs. Which one do you want? Get Me Out of My Head. Okay, yeah, this one applies. So I'm a local singer. I'm gonna not screw up my posture while trying to sing. Okay. This is for Scotty, and he liked it. So if you guys like it, then we can bring some more Scotty in the room. Oh, we're gonna put the capo on her. By the way, this hippie family thing, I love you guys. It's so good. All right. How embarrassing. Have you seen me? How long have I been in my head? You're still on the line. You must be a good one. How'd you learn to be so confident? I lived alone during the pandemic, and that's just recent. Get me out of my head. Get me out of my head. Oh God, show me peace instead. If I speak my mind, get me out of my head. Get me out of my head. Get me out of my head. Oh God, show me peace instead. If I speak my mind, get me out of my head. The last time I went out and spoke my mind, oh, how they handled me. The only way I see I get out and meet me has to be self-defeat. So, these 10-foot walls I build and mold around got me stuck inside my head. Get me out of my head. Get me out of my head. Oh God, show me peace instead. If I speak my mind, get me out of my head. You want to take a solo? No, okay. Give him a little more medicine. Let's hear it for that guy. This fight I got inside. This fight I got inside. I know it well. It's my personal hell. Help me. Get me out of my head. Sing it. Get me out of my head. Oh God, show me peace instead. If I speak my mind, get me out of my head. One more time. Get me out of my head. Get me out of my head. Oh God, show me peace instead. If I speak my mind, get me out of my head. I'm a hospice nurse. Is that good? All right, I'm gonna pass this microphone.
And I said, get what out of the house? Get the fag out of the house. And just feel so blessed to be living. Hey everybody, Noah here. I used to be a tenant in Scott Kristen's house in Logan Square for 9 years, where I was always known to feel like family, and I felt like I belonged. And that is a special feeling that is invaluable. Additionally, we found out 6 years into my living in their apartment, as I was driving Scott and Kristen to the airport, that Kristen went to college with my sister and brother-in-law at the University of Texas. Like, super random. I was so freaked out I almost crashed the car. But it also goes to show that sometimes you're meant to know people. And I always felt like I was meant to know Scott Vehill. I was meant to be at least on the periphery of the prop theater community. I was meant to be inspired by the way he thumbed his nose at the status quo. And I carry that with me into the present and into the future as a theater artist. trying to make, you know, non-traditional kinds of theater that are community-centric. And a lot of that is because of how inspired I always felt seeing prop theater shows or hearing about them, you know, from a very proud Scottish. I also wanted to talk about the fact that Scott and Kristen used to throw the baddest ass parties. We lived on a double lot. Many of you were at that place, but I'm going to tell you anyway what it looked like. So there was a double lot, and Scott and Kristen never built on the lot that bordered onto this alley on Washington. And so it's just a big grass yard, and they had a friend whose son was a jazz prodigy, and so they'd have live musicians. This guy was a mason. He had this whole crew of guys, and they would set up a stage in the backyard, and we'd have live musicians and kegs and so much food, so much amazing food. Whether it was Johnny casserole or one year they roasted a lamb on a spit in the garage, which made the garage smell like lamb for like 6 months. And I could sit on my back porch, on my couch, and get high, drink beer, and listen to great music, and just feel so blessed to be living where I was living. I felt like Scott and Kristen made up for all the terrible landlords I've had in my past. And it was a very deeply meaningful time for me. And just, I want to leave you with just a quick story. One time, I was in my apartment on the, just hanging out, watching some TV, and Scott and Kristen called me up to their apartment. And I went up backstairs, and they were sitting in the kitchen at the table. And in front of them was a bag on the table. I didn't know what was in it. About the size of like maybe a fast food lunch sack, food sack. And so I said, "What's up, guys?" And Scott's like, "You gotta get this out of the house." And I said, "Get what out of the house?" "You gotta get this bag out of the house." "Okay, no problem, man. What's in it?" And he said, "Weed." "Okay, are you joking? You want me to get weed out of the house?" Because that feels kind of counter to that. But unfortunately, because Scott was experiencing some Parkinsonian paranoia and thought that the cops were watching the house, and I certainly did not want him to feel that way. And I did them a favor of taking that bag of marijuana and bringing it down to my apartment, where I broke it up and I gave it away to a whole bunch of people and kept some for myself, and was like, "Hey, it's a good day." Until the owner of that bag of weed came around and was looking for it, which was a man named Jimmy Milano. And I had to explain to Jimmy that not only did Scott not have his bag of weed, but I didn't have it either because it was gone. And it was disseminated to many, many people and it's never going to be recovered. And I was sorry, but, don't leave weed with a guy who's paranoid, I guess, is the word for that story. And those are the kinds of things that kind of happen on the regular at Casa del Vehill. So, again, I felt really, and I feel deeply lucky to be associated with Scott and Kristen. Deeply. Not only Scott and Kristen, but the entire cast of characters in the prop universe. I'm just a lucky guy, and I'm super inspired by all of that work, and I carry it with me. So that's it. Much love to all of you. Certainly, Kristen, I love you. And Scott Vehill, you're the man.
I started feeling like we need a break a little bit and talk to Vehill and stuff. What do you think, Stefan?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Is that a good idea?
How would I call it? What, 10-minute break?
For sure.
Should we do
Sure.
Where's
This is from Isaac Pike, and then we will take a 10-minute break after this. Before.
We're standing on a platform, waiting for a train, and no one is quite ready to send you on your way. A whistle is blowing somewhere down the track. The sky is pink and orange now. What a beautiful sunset. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away. The suitcase you're carrying is filled with all our love, and there's a big spot in all our hearts just for our dear Scott. We'll always be grateful to have had you in our lives. That's something quite special. It brings tears to my eyes. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away. Hi-ho, Scott Vehill away.
do, participate in art or.
Get some people in here.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
come in here.
Or, he couldn't go out and do art anymore, so we decided to bring art to him.
Yeah.
And Your Cheating Heart was one of his favorites. He would sing it for us. Up until the very last time I came, when he declined to sing for the first time, I thought to myself, we'll sing it for you. So we're going to do, we have a number of things on the schedule for you here this evening. These SCOTTY salons involve live music and poetry and monologues and written word and even large pieces of painted art. And all kinds of things came in the door. I found a poem that I want to read for y'all as part of the SCOTTY salon, and it's one I read for Scott, and we're just going to do it. It's by Don Marquis. I ran into Vehill again last evening. She is inhabiting a decayed trunk which lies in an alley in Greenwich Village, in company with the most villainous tomcat I have ever seen. But there is nothing wrong about the association. Archie, she told me, it is merely a platonic attachment. And the thing can be believed, for the Tom looks like one of Pluto's demons. It is a theater trunk, Archie, Vehill told me, and Tom is an old theater cat. He has given his life to the theater. He claims that Richard Mansfield once kicked him out of the way and then cried because he had done it and petted him. And at another time, he said, in a case of emergency, he played a bloodhound in a production of Uncle Tom's Cabin. The stage is not what it used to be, Tom says. He puts his front paw on his breast and says, they don't have it here anymore. They don't have it here. The old troopers are gone. There's nobody can troop anymore. They're all amateurs nowadays. They haven't got it here. There are only 5 or 6 of us old-time troopers left. This generation does not know what stage presence is. Personality is what they lack. Where would they get the training my old friends got in the stock companies? I knew Mr. Booth very well, says Tom, and a law should be passed preventing anybody else from ever playing in any play he ever played in. Oh, there was a trooper for you. I used to sit on his knee and purr when I was a kid. He used to tell me how. Finish is what they lack. Finish. And they haven't got it here. And again, he laid his paw on his breast. I remember Mr. Daly very well, too. I was with Mr. Daly's company for several years. There was art for you. There was teamwork. There was direction. They knew the theater, and they all had it here. For 2 years, Mr. Daly would not bring up the curtain unless I was in the prompter's box. They are amateurs nowadays. Ranked amateurs, all of them. For 2 seasons, I played the dog in Joseph Jefferson's Rip Van Winkle. It's true. I never came on the stage, but he knew I was just off, and it helped him. I would like to see one of your modern theater cats act a dog so well that it would convince a trooper like Joe Jefferson. But they haven't got it nowadays. They haven't got it here. Joe Jefferson had it here. I come with a long line of theater cats. My grandfather was with Forrest. He had it. He was a real trooper, my grandfather said. He had a voice that used to shake the ferry boats on the North River. Once he lost his beard, and my grandfather dropped from the fly gallery, landed under his chin, and played his beard for the rest of the act. You don't see any theater cats that could do that nowadays. They haven't got it here. They haven't got it here. Once I played the owl in Modjeska's production of Macbeth. I sat above the castle gate in the murder scene and made my yellow eyes shine through the dark like an owl's eyes. Modjeska was a real trooper. She knew how to pick her support. I would like to see any of these modern theater cats play the owl's eyes to Modjeska's Lady Macbeth. But they haven't got it nowadays. They haven't got it here. Vehill, he says, both our professions are being ruined by amateurs. Archie. Now, let's see. let's see what we've got next. Mr. Hensel. What? Would you like to do something for us?
All right,
Richard Hensel's coming up to the stage now.
If you read my Facebook post, spoiler alert, I already told this story, but I'm going to tell it again. I'm going to tell. Jeez, that's a tall guy. Oh, there I am. I was driving my little green box, 1970 Honda Civic wagon, northwest on Clybourne, I'm pretty sure. Is Jonathan here? No, he's gone. There's nobody to verify this stuff, so if I get it wrong.
Clybourne. Yeah, yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And I looked on, and I saw across the street a little storefront, and it said PROP-THDR. Oh, that's interesting. I pulled over, and I ran across the street with my satchel of masks, because I was working on this mask thing. And I walked in the front door, and there were maybe 8 chairs, I think. But there was like Stefan and Jonathan and Scott, and they were just sitting there. And so I just went on, and I did about 20 minutes. I don't know if I ever did any of that material for them ever again, but it was a good first time. If I can ever get my, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just getting my harmonica out of my pocket. God, she's lighting up. All right. So this is what I did after I walked in the room. Well, I haven't always been like this. I once was a youngster, vinegar and piss. But one day I was short on money when you ain't got a job. Life ain't funny. So I found me a job. It got me a place done on a punch press. Well, it seemed real nice and they paid good wages, so I took me a seat in those iron cages. Heard a girl on the radio, mighty good singer. Got to thinking, she must be some humdinger. Pretty soon my thoughts on her did linger, and the press went and punched off 3 of my fingers. Two more paydays comes and goes, and I soon punched off all my toes. Had a hole for a ring right through my nose. Taylor had to remake all my clothes. Now I listen with just one ear, and I look like I found one. I drink my beer. Moral of the story, the moral of the song, don't put your hands where they don't belong. Couple of quick memories that as long as I got a microphone, was meeting that day, meeting these guys in the storefront, and then miraculously running into them again at the Melinda Salon that happened pretty regularly, where I met Stuart Gordon, Richard Fire, Carolyn Purdy Gordon, a whole lot of people. Used to hang out a block and a half from my house over on Clifton. Another crazy thing. But I had known Melinda from Del Close at Second City, but yeah, it's just great to see so many of these people from so many years ago, like Jonathan, who sadly is not here for this story. No, he's here. He's not here for my story about him is what I'm talking about. I'm talking.
Really tell us all the story.
Let me tell you about that. No, but yeah, it was all very interesting every time I got together with Scott. Thank you.
That was Richard Hensel, y'all. Now, next up in my order of things, I have this young fella named Stefan Brun. I understand he's got some things to say to you too, so come on up here and do a thing, Stefan.
When I first, I knew there was one here somewhere. When I first got to know Scott Vehill, we would read each other our poems. And his poem, someone else once later said he was always writing one poem. And it was kind of always a chant. And I remember once, and I'm going to tell this rather than trying to recreate such a poem, I remember once when I was explaining to him once again the things that he just refused to understand about the 1920s and Brecht and the theater. And I said, the problem, Scott, is that you're not taking a consistent stand on these questions. And he said to me, and later I learned that this is what Bertolt Brecht was writing about. Thank you, Scott.
After all the weed we smoked tonight, I have to have my lyrical reminder. Kristen?
Yes, this is Martin. I also have water.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, sorry. I was going to say that this is a song that while we were there during the week while Scott was passing and everyone was singing and things, my dad had requested this song and we really loved singing it and it just seemed like it fit.
Yes. This is the first time singing it without Scott, so if we screw up, it's his fault.
Two of us riding nowhere, spending someone's hard-earned pay. You and me Sunday driving, not arriving. paper, getting nowhere on our way back home. We're on our way home. We're on our way home. We're going home. We love you, Scotty. Thank you.
Right. Zoe and Paul, how about that, huh? What do we got? Oh, let's sing another song that Scotty likes, shall we? Yeah. Let's sing All of Me. Yeah. That's a great song. Let's sing it. Why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? In my lips, I want to lose them. Take my arm, I never use them. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry. How can I get along, dear, without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? Now we're going to do it again, and everybody sing aloud this time. All of me. Why not take all of me? Mess without you. Take my lips, I want to lose them. Take these arms, I'll never use them. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry. How can I get along, dear, without you? Took the part that was my heart, so why not take all of me? Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, for our next little number, I would like to call up Meadow Joe Jones. Meadow Joe Jones, who is going to read a little piece that Kristen wrote for you. I'll let Meadow introduce it.
Hi there. Hi. So, for those of you that don't know me, and maybe some of you only know of me, I'm Meadow Jones. I'm Mikhail Brune's partner, and he's related to Stefan Brune, just so you get the whole tracking. And I'm up here to read a piece that Kristen wrote in my writing workshop, and it's just lovely, and I'm honored to read it. So this is Ode to Joy by Kristen Vehill. I so wanted to send Scott off with love in and all around him. In the last week of his life, I opened our home and my heart 24/7. The house was filled with family and friends, with love and laughter and music and a pillow fight. And like a waxing moon, the light and love surrounding Scott built up layer by layer until we let him go, launched him, really, in a bubble of love and joy and song, all of us holding hands and crying and swaying and singing Can't Help Falling in Love. It was glorious. What I wasn't prepared for was the joy bubble I find myself in still. I'm not happy that Scott passed, but I am happy. I'm not at peace because he passed, but I am at peace. I'm not overflowing with love because he's gone, but I am overflowing with love. Sometimes I catch myself trying to perform the grieving widow because I can see reflected on others' faces that what I'm feeling is a bit odd, not quite right. But it is my truth, and it is right for me. Setting Scott free set me free too. Not because I've stood by his side over his 15 years of Parkinson's, watching the essence of Scott slowly wane, but because he was wrongfully imprisoned, and he has been released. And I am rejoicing. So many friends have called or written to tell me that they have seen him, and that he is giddy and happy and soaring through the cosmos. Whee! He called to his sister just after he passed. Whee!
Meadow Joe Jones. Yes, yes, yes. Let's sing another song. Let's sing another song. Let's sing it together. It's a song that Scotty loved to sing. And I'll find it in just a minute. It's up here somewhere. I was gonna play a whole bunch of cowboy songs for y'all, because that's what Scotty liked, and I used to, play cowboy songs, but I don't think we're gonna do that tonight in the interest of expediency and time management. So just imagine that we've played Big Iron on Her Hip, which is my adaptation of Marty Robbins' song from the 1950s, adapted for the 21st century. Big Iron on Her Hip. Yes, and I was gonna play Cool Water, and I was gonna play, something else. Didn't I? Now you tease. Now, there were some lyrics floating around the room, because I want you all to sing along with me, because we're going to sing Scotty here. This is the U2, the UB40 arrangement. Wise men say only fools rush in. I'll sing it. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin? I can't help falling in love with you. Now the chorus. Here we go. As the river flows gently to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things were meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. But I can't help falling in love with you. As the river flows gently to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things were meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. I can't help falling in love one more time. Falling in love with you. Thank you, that was lovely. Thank you. Some wonderful singers out there, I hear you. Sharon, come on up here. Let's play a little. Let's do a little country music for these people. Let's play a little country music. Sharon's going to come up here. She's going to sing a song for us.
Okay, my homage to Scotty, who took the world by the horns. Crazy, I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted, and then someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering, what in the world did I do? Oh, crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying, and I'm crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you.
Key change, yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
For thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying, and I'm crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you.
Let's see, we have let's see, who else signed up to do, to do a thing here. Have we covered everybody? What about Ruben?
Is Ruby here?
Is Ruby here?
I don't know if Ruby's here. I haven't seen him.
Ruby. Okay, well, then.
Is Esty still here, or did he do his?
Esty's done.
He's done? Okay.
Yeah, he just did the one number and then figure keep it short and sweet and leave them wanting more. That's one of the great rules of showbiz. Let's play one more song. That Scotty liked.
All right.
And it's this one right here, and you've got the words for it, so sing along with me. It's L-O-V-E, love, baby, love. Oh, I'm sorry, I got the tune. This E string has just gone mad on me. It's not supposed to be a D sharp, it's supposed to be E. That's better. Okay, L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. E is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone can love. And Yeah, thank you. Hell is more just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Love was made for me and you. Yeah, I messed that song up so bad because Scott was the one used to sing it. Oh well. Oh well. Andy Soma. Dude, come at me with your unannounced. Yes, baby. Always, always, always.
Yes. I love the unannounced. Yes. So the first time I saw Scott Vehill, it was at the Parkway Theater on Diversey. On Clark near Diversey. We both got jobs there when they first reopened as an art house in 1980, the winter of 1980. And they were showing Fellini, Kurosawa, Wertmuller, and double bills, and Scott was one of the crew, and we were all big time interested in film and other consciousness altering things. So this I've had for a long time, and I realized I kept it just for tonight. It's the world's largest inflatable heart. So we're going to open it.
Yes, and yes.
Yes. And we're going to see if we can fill it.
Wait, let's get some joints.
Well, that would be great, but we might have to pass it around because I don't think I could do it. It's very large. It's and it's got a. Here's the thing. So I will start, and then we'll pass it around, and we'll see if we can fill it.
Go, Andy, go.
Here,
Go, Andy, go.
here.
Go, Andy,
Pass
go.
it, pass
Go,
it here.
Andy, go.
We want the audience to fill it, so pass it around. Meanwhile, yes, the last time I saw Scott was at his house, and Kristen's house, and it was the last Salon, and for some reason we ended up singing this song, and maybe if you guys know it, just sing along while we inflate. Pass pass it around. Let's see if it. Oh wait, let's see. Wait. Sing. Never meaning to stand. Beauty I've always missed with these eyes before. Just what the truth is, I can't say anymore. 'Cause I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, how just what I'm going through, they can't understand. Some try to tell me, but they can understand. Just what you want to be, you won't be here, but I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, how I love you.
Musical break.
Yes, I love you. Okay, so here's the last part of the song, because there's a spoken word part, and once it's inflated enough, let's just like kick it around and like flip it through the air so that we beach ball it. But at the end of the song it goes, breathe deep the gathering gloom, watch lights fade from every room. Bedsitter people look back and lament, another day's useless energy spent. Impassioned lovers wrestle as one, lonely man cries for love and has none. New mother picks up and suckles her son. Senior citizens wish they were young. Cold-hearted orb that rules the night removes the colors from our sight. Red is gray and yellow white, but we decide which is right and which is an illusion. Keep the heart bouncing. Let's keep the heart bouncing. All right, let's send it up here to the front. I got one more thing I've got to do to it. Wow, this thing is.
Thank you. That was Andy Soma, an impromptu. Just what we were hoping for. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps this section of the show. We are done. This section's over. It's intermission time. And Kristen says, come back for the crooked mouth or else, motherfucker.
you having a nice time?
You really know how to throw a party. The stories are great. It's all awesome. It's all awesome. All right. Not even very much time.
We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But we're going to go fast, like an up-tempo.
We're going to do them in that order. Until I found pictures. Myron Florin rocks. What's wrong with that?
Did you bring recorders? Thank you. Mine's the one that says meet to
Yours has the same name as your son.
Isn't that funny? Where are we doing that from? It's like third to the end.
All right, well, just somebody call it out. Could I put that?
Yeah, we're going to have to do some calling. Mommy! On the line!
Oh, I hate your wife. Just a second. Before art history.
What do you say, huh?
I'm going to put water on the microphone.
Hi, Bo.
I gave you a light. Hi, Steph.
Am I your darling friend? Nice.
You're my darling friend.
Oh my God! I don't get called darling very often.
I always write to you, darling friend.
That's true, you do use darling.
We're starting
yet.
with friendship.
That's pretty loud.
I gave you a clip lamp there.
Nice.
Can I move this microphone so I'm not blocking Jenny the whole time?
Yeah, you can move over and just call
I'll move
them.
towards the video.
Paul? Bo's moving over a little bit. You want me to move over?
No, I don't. I want to move me over before the movie starts. Yeah, okay. Like 3
Bo's
minutes,
gonna move,
Steph.
so if you got anything else on.
Steph is going to make an announcement.
We're not really ready yet.
I know. 5 minutes is what we said. Yes, Paul.
Hey, Tina, can I move your
Yeah.
Hey, Ralph, can you come and tighten something for me?
Can we just keep moving stuff around? Can you move over warm up for me?
Oh, do you got it ready? Yeah, I'm gonna help her. Okay, thank you.
I've never seen somebody.
That was a very nice set.
But it is a lot.
There are a lot of things.
Better too short than too long.
I think you're starting with her favorite song. I don't know. Ralph, are we doing any check or what do you want to do?
If you always want to put your gold lights. Ba 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 ba.
This is mine. Hi.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Jenny, 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 Jenny.
Toy 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 toy. Ready, Teddy, Teddy, go.
Should we wait till Kristen comes back in here?
Yeah, I'm still not ready.
Okay.
No. So why rush the river?
Why rush the river?
Why do it?
Don't rush the river.
Don't rush the river.
Bad.
Now it's rock and roll.
Here she comes.
Here she comes. Am I gonna kill you if I'm that one?
Kristen Vehill.
I can't scoot.
A lot of these are requestesses.
We got a little more real estate.
The slideshow continues. I love it.
Is that good?
Well, now we're really gonna have fun because Tackie's in the room.
Now the party can start.
What do we start with? Oh.
Friendship. Oh, somehow you ended up with a wrong stand. Oh well.
Yeah. You want to switch stands? We have the same style. I mean, with somebody else. But you can have mine.
Woo!
I'll lean in.
Lean in, try.
Prone to lean.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Can we? A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. I won't apologize for everything that I say. I just close your eyes, letting out the Kristen knows the value of a good friendship, that's for sure. All right, this next song is, I dare say everybody in this room is engaged in this process. You know what? You can't do creativity wrong. You cannot do it wrong. Don't let anybody tell you. Ready? Yes. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Those bastards, they're gonna get us. They're coming over the mountain and they're gonna get us.
Ready?
Yep.
A 1, 2, 3.
We were a pair of what you're right to have.
right, now here's an old one.
You know, Scott was a fucking anarchist. I don't know what all you've been saying about him, but the man was an anarchist. Every moment of Scott was an anarchy moment. And this one goes back to Wicker Park. We live in Wicker Park, and a lot of us are like living right on the edge of Wicker Park. It's pretty rough. It's like when Wicker Park was fucking Wicker Park. Dope on every corner, the ladies were waiting, and the bars were open, and it was dark, 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 dark. And you'd go out, because you couldn't sleep. You'd go out, and it'd be 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you'd walk up and down. You know, you're walking up and down North Avenue in Wicker Park, and you're taking a big breath. And it's the stink. The stink. All the grain, all the hops are cooking, all the dope is cooking. You're taking that big breath. The death rag.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. next one's by T. Roy Martin. One of the things that's weird about this band is that many people ride in this band. There's not one rider, there's 5 fucking riders. It's awesome. So we sound different all the time. So he says, what kind of band is it? I don't know. It's just a bunch of songs by a bunch of different people. And this one's about
And
as
that's why
different
it
as
was
you
such a huge commercial success.
Yes.
Must have been about
Now Jenny's gonna fucking kick it, so.
Well, we're gonna slow it down, actually.
Oh, we're gonna slow it down.
I'm gonna fucking kick it into
Just give it
bitterness
a
land.
slowing
I'm gonna go straight bitter. I don't know how many of you have gone bitter, but once you go bitter, it's kind of hard to go back. So we're just gonna represent bitterness tonight. Yes. All right. Ready? A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I'm not leg.
If you got a leg and if you got tits, this is for you. Let's see. How does this go? Oh, yeah. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. What? A 1, 2, here you go. You don't remind me of a chocolate tea. You remind me of Butero. Baby, the Venus of Willendorf. Remind me of a Rubens. You remind me of Lucian Freud. Not of it like Annie's Olympia. Shirts don't fit you right. You think they should. Sweaters don't fit you right. You hope they won't button so button right. You thought they would so how can you be portrayed? 'Cause you got big tits. Real big tits. You remind me of a Russ Myers film. You remind me of the women of our club. You remind me of that Joan chick on Mad Men. She had those big tits. Well, shirts don't fit you right. You think they should. Sweaters don't fit you right. You hope they wouldn't button so button right. You thought they did so how can you be portrayed? 'Cause you got big tits. Real big tits. Okay, so let's celebrate. Find a way to celebrate them. We can celebrate. We can celebrate them. But how? By going boing, 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 My favorite part is Troy's part. My favorite part is Troy going tick 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 tick. What's next?
Wake up on the floor. Shall we introduce the band? Let's introduce the band. Heather on the accordion. Leroy Martin on the guitar. Danny the magnifier on the drums. Miss Vicky Wald on the basso.
And Bo Riley on the cane. All right, ready?
Yeah.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
waking up drunk on the floor.
What's
We didn't
next?
get that. We could do it again.
Oh,
You know,
button.
waking up drunk on the floor after you've fallen into the floor and you've stuck your feet into the stove. There's nowhere else to sleep. That's what it's about. That's what the whole fucking thing is about. Being drunk on the floor.
Now we're gonna really rock out.
All right.
Ukulele rock. You're cueing Vicky.
Oh, am I in?
Hi. We're doing this together, you and me, Bo. We're doing button right now.
Oh, my fuck's sake. We're doing this other show. Let's talk about the other show. So, we're doing this other show tomorrow night, because some of you probably know Links Hall is gone, but Bob Ison's not gone. That man will dance until the world ends.
He's gonna dance to the band of all things.
So we're doing a show with Bob Ison.
Weird and good.
Tomorrow.
At
In
Constellation.
which is a great place to see the show. And if you've never seen Bob dance, just come, because it's like nothing you've ever seen. I didn't know we were doing. Hold on one second.
I just want to thank Raphael Loza back there. And actually, all the people who came and helped, Paul Brennan, Stefan Bruin, Tonica, her mom, who else? Shannon. A lot of people came and helped out and got it together so that we could have a lovely, lovely party. Jonathan Levan and Jamie Levan. Are we ready?
This is Vicky. We're going to do this one together now. There's a button without a coat. There's a coat without a hook. Now there's a hook without an arm. Now there's an arm without a shadow. Now there's a shadow with a smile. Now there's a smile without a face. Now there's a face that keeps floating. Now there's keep floating without a spot to land. Now there's a spot to land, a spot to stand. And look who's standing in it. There's a toad in this house. You can see him in the mirror. That toad is not feeling well. Listen here, toad, come nearer, nearer. Now there's a snake without the skin. Now there's a skin without the glow. Now there's a glow in the night. Now there's a night. Now there's a wind without the blow. There's a blow without a thing to push. Now there's a push. And look who's pushing.
And look who's pushing back!
There's a toad in this house. You can see him in the mirror. Usually everybody's running for the door after that one.
Okay, this next one, you know, it's what we gotta live by. It's only fun if it's only fun. It's only fun if it's only fun. Also, this is a song about St. Teresa, who happens to be non-binary also.
And maybe not much fun?
Oh, she's fucking
Oh,
fun.
yeah, she's fun.
Okay, or they're fun. Pardon me. All right, ready? A 1, 2, 3, 4. Vehill. You know what? Kristen's the true hero. Kristen fucking knocked out of the park the last 15 fucking years. And not everybody can say that, motherfuckers. Out of the park. My hero. make any grotesque mistakes. A few little stumbles.
Oh my God. I owe a couple songs an apology.
All right. I'm gonna break it all down, but I'm not getting mine till tomorrow.
Just jumping on in.